Hello and welcome back. We're picking up where we left off last time in Factorio in the Pyanodons mod. So this is going to be the intro both for the highlight stream and or the highlight version of the video and the stream version at this point. Last time we stopped off with the first of our racks. Our second one here, or our rack breeder, is simply waiting for a rack. I've also got things that want some moss. Did you finish? I have it in my inventory, don't I? No, I don't have it in my inventory. Felt like I set you up. Oh, there it is. I felt like I have a second one here. In fact, I do. So I'm not gonna render it. We're gonna put it in here. There we go. So very, very, very slowly, this will make more cracks. In the meantime, we're gonna grab some resources. We're gonna basically grab moss. So we got moss for this. We need a little bit for that as well. This makes the cocoons, this turns cocoons into rocks. Once we have enough rocks, we're gonna want to cage them so we can butcher them. The cage is actually reusable. The whole plan is to get over here to SciPack 1. Because the grand plan is to get the 45 SciPack 1s we need to do electric mining drill. And then we will very rapidly change what we're doing at that point. But yeah, so I suppose this is where the time skip for the short period is going to be for YouTube. As we wait for this to generate both enough, well, first of all, generate enough rocks that we can get it going full speed. Get both of these going full speed, I think we'll be in a good spot for sort of hand-feeding this setup. This setup is got a lot of things that are sort of hand-fed. We've got incubated petri dishes there. We've got moss that we're going to hand-feed. The wood processor technically is good hand-feeding logs. But, oh, and I need to get refined coal every once in a while for this. And we need to make some cages. I suppose what we'll go ahead and do at this point. Okay, so that's probably enough time. And if editor me is paying enough attention, we'll have put the segue into the time speed for the time speed version. And obviously the highlights version won't have this bit. Gonna be running around trying to improve the base. I'm looking. What do we need for the crates? That's the cage. The barrack comes in. Where's the barrack cage? There's the barrack cage. So solder is the only thing I'm really missing. Can I craft this by hand? No, it's implying the solder has to be crafted in something else. Oh, I might not have to actually craft the solder in something else. See if we can find the solder first. There's the solder. No, I can craft it by hand. Okay, so I just need lead and tin. And I should be able to handcraft like a dozen or so of those. And I want moss, that's why. That's the other thing I came over here for. Grab a chunk of that moss. I'm gonna do the same over this side. I think I already grabbed from this side. Yeah, I already grabbed from this side. Okay. But no dice over there. And yeah, as far as making those cages, the only thing I'm short on is the tin. I've got the titanium, I've got the iron sticks, I've got the lead. I might want to grab a little bit more lead, but grab that last. Yeah, let's get a couple cages going. Yeah, it's gonna take like minutes, so we'll be back. And each one we put in is gonna get faster and faster and faster until we're making them at a more appropriate tick. Although 160 seconds is what it's telling us, which is still not gonna be particularly fast. But it's a start. Can I be smart and drive the car? Let's go grab the car. Or actually, I think the tin is just over here, isn't it? Yes. Oop, another one of the original iron mines is empty. There's a dozen. And they're reusable, so that should probably be enough. There we go. I suppose, other than maybe finding refined coal, to keep the hand-feed process going, we're going to be trying to accelerate the production of circuit boards, because we're going to need that for electric mining drills. Okay, so at the moment I can just go and throw this straight in you. Oh, I haven't made them yet. I'll have to wait until they get made. And we're going to call in there, okay. I think from a math standpoint, we don't have enough sap production over here. I think that's what our limiting factor is. You're out of ceramic capacitors. The ceramic capacitors are out because I'm out of tin. Okay, so good thing I just grabbed some tin. You're waiting for Formica. Formica is waiting on sap. Okay. Yeah, need more sap. That means I need to make more sap farms. This page, or... Oh, there it is. Mostly soil and iron I'm missing. We'll make the soil under chest. Probably be enough. Want a little bit of copper, so we've got a little bit of copper, mostly iron. Six of those on the queue, and then I need to work on the trees to go in them, otherwise they're not going to be particularly helpful. Okay, so you were last working on seeds. I can swap you to trees. Seeds back in. I just need some planters to make that run. And then like 2. Another 2. Go drop off the cages. So it's not a rush to drop off the cages, but I'm going to drop them off because there's no other reason to keep them in the inventory at the moment. And it allows me to it gives me an opportunity to check on the progress, although I suspect the progress is little. %. Yeah, pretty little. And the reproductive complex is reasonably fast, but the other building takes a lot of rocks to get to an appropriate speed. First tree is done. Bring up a few more planter boxes. Accelerate it a little bit by just throwing soil in there, so we're not limited by soil transfer speed. You can throw Stacking the ash in there, they're going real fast. Another 6 trees on the queue. I haven't made any of the tree farms yet, so I gotta be a little patient and wait for things to happen. But yeah, as soon as we get electric mining drills going, I think the first project I'm going to work on is over here, was it? Yeah, here was it. We've got a nice, large, unused chunk of rock coal. I'm going to set up a electric mining drill setup and a power plant based off of that coal deposit. That way I have sufficient power to power whatever I want with to power whatever I want basically from the standpoint of electric drills and such. Electric drills, electric furnaces, the whole shebang. Okay, that's 4 trees. Oh, I've actually got more planter boxes and then seeds will grow at this point. I've got 4 trees, so let's go ahead and get the 2 planters, 2 sample connectors going using those 4 trees. And the more we get, the quicker the Formica processor goes. There we go. Faster it goes, the more circuit boards you get, the more circuit boards we get, the more electric drills we'll be able to run. 41%. More trees. After a little bit of moss, I can go throw in chests. And not that the moss, I think, is the limiting component right now. I think the lack of Verex is the limiting factor. Although it'll probably translate over to something else fairly rapidly once we get it going. So that's reasonably backed up. The other option is to try to squeeze out another one via this method, but this method's pretty expensive and time-consuming of its own accord. You know, I'll go ahead and splurge and do one more here. I got dishes. I can go fix that by grabbing some dishes. So that's more moss. Need to put more moss then. How many of those do I need? I need 20 biosamples. 4, 6, 7. I think that's 8. So I need to put another 12 lit plates in there. Okay, that might be the right number, or I might be one short. Let's go grab the petri dishes. Change the recipe to seeds. Pick up sap, shove sap in sap hole. Let's go get the petri dishes, and I'll be probably closer to done when I'm back. Having fueling issues, so we've run out of pitch. Go check up on state of the tanks down there, figure out what I want to swap to in the meantime. Anthracene oil looks to be the one most likely to overflow next. Although I can turn that into creosote pretty easily, so we'll not touch that one right now. I'll just swap from pitch back to tar, is I think what I'll do. It looks like the coal gas system's full. I might swap it to coal gas instead. We'll see if that helps. Well, it's going to help in the short run because it's going to be running. And we go running back into base. Oh, I should have grabbed, while I was down there, I should have grabbed some of the refined coal. Not going to be much here because of how I have it plumbed in the original setup. It's direct feed on the original setup. Nick the 8 or so. Oh, there's 200. Oh, 220. Don't add an extra 0 when one doesn't exist. Back to sap tree production. Again, what we kind of hope eventually is that we're making enough sap that the sap backs up, because that's a sign that we're making enough sap. We move the bottleneck to someplace else. I might not go until the other bottleneck, because there'll be a different bottleneck. It'll spawn to a different spot. And we still haven't finished the first one, 67%. Do you need the raw coal? Yeah. Although I could probably just direct inside the raw coal, so just in the wrong spot. Here we go. Now I need one automated science pack. Oh, technically I need two, don't I? I need two of these. So I need 16 automated science packs and 2 iron chests. I do. Still I'm backing up on sap, so sap is the limiting factor. One too far. There we go. Those aren't all set up, but they'll help a little bit. Almost. Chests in. I just need to grab the 16 packs. And we'll be on our way to making a second one of those. Oh, I need to grab some moss as well. Fuel. Okay, let's take some fuel. Yeah, too many. No, we'll just take 5. Just waiting for this one to finish. I'm gonna go running back over there. I suppose I should grab the moss while I'm thinking about it. Go. %, almost there. Oh, I never put the petri dishes in, did I? And yes, I did flip that on in purpose because I need some regular petri dishes for year 10. Those are technically handcrafted ones I'm doing. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Oh, I need some from here as well. I need how many? 6 in there. Oh no, 4 because I already had 1 spare from the last time. Here we go. It's gonna take a while, but that'll drop out 1 more rack. And the more racks we get, the quicker this goes, the quicker we can sort of make use of the other one over here. So how do I want to go about being productive while I'm waiting for these to grow? So I think riding over that coal. Control F. Coal. Occupied, occupied. I think I'm still going to stick to that one. I was pointing at it earlier. Which is 158 million. Should be more than enough. Probably so, because I think the first 34 million here is probably enough for quite a while. I think I'm going to build a... Because we're making pure coal lines. I want to plan ahead on how many boilers I want to make. Boilers in some of the steam engines, maybe not all the steam engines. Okay, so... theory, if I mapped it out correctly earlier, it's 6 boilers eats a belt of... beats half a belt, so it's 12. I think I'm doing like an 8-line setup. Because I'm getting a little bit lazy here and not inventing the 8-belt or 8-belt merger, splitter, or whatever from scratch. Eight to 8 balancer. Bring that up so that when I need it, I'm ready to look at it and make it itself. Just like a 10 by 10 NZ. Okay. Yeah, doing what? 12 times 8 is 96. I want like 96 boilers. What am I missing there? Mostly stone, apparently. So I should bring them up to 51. And I said 96, right? So I need another 5. And 20, 25. Alright, take them off. We'll just go grab pipe. Yeah, a lot of pipe. A lot of inserters too, but a lot of pipe. A belt, a lot of pipe. Reasonable number of inserters. Rounds and rounds. 96. And then at some point after that, we're going to have to sort the ash filtration or ash usage as well. Okay, so you finished your first recipe. Over here. Yeah, I need to filter that to only take barracks. I don't want my barrels going that way. Use filter whitelist. The rock itself. Then. Oh, actually, I had another rock over here. Okay, so we're up to 2. Need the opposite here, so we'll blacklist the rock. You don't grab the rocks. And then with 2 of them, we toss those in, and this should be going faster. I was about to say a lot faster, but it's not that much faster. We're not quite done yet. Okay, we got my 96 boilers. Let's go grab this stuff and make a couple steam engines. Make like a dozen steam engines. Technically, it'd be enough to make enough steam to do 48 steam engines, but we'll work way up there. I might have other uses for steam instead of just raw power. I suppose to start, I should probably do at least 2, or at least a pair, if not a full 11 or so of the separators. Here's what we need. Separators, and it's actually mostly copper, although we'll need a bit of iron as well. Ah, steel. Sure, I've got too much other stuff besides the steel. I need to empty a little bit of the inventory out. Let's. The moss is somewhere useful. And I need steel as well. Oh, let's also get the trees deployed. We're down to batteries. The battery is down to out of the green, good old green zinc. Just got 2 more than I need for the one. Fair enough. steel's over there. And yeah, I want like 11 solid separators and we've got the steel footprint. Okay, next thing I need is a bunch of copper. Okay, this is going to make a very big queue fairly quickly. That's 5 separators. I think I want 11, because I'm going to go for a full... Well, so math-wise, my current setup for separators... Well, normally I'd be feeding them with, it's 5 to 1. So it's 5 lines to 1. Well, it's technically actually 10. 15 to 1? Which actually underconsumes for the one on the end, but five belts right now into 10 separators. Technically, the separators can handle like a belt and a half. So if you're doing the math that way, then I can probably handle 5 batches. Can do 5 and 5 halves, so about 7.5. Yeah, that actually probably should be enough. If I can make the full 11 to run my power plant here, I'm thinking about building. It's 5, 6, 7. Eight. 9. 10. And soon to be 11 in the queue. Go. And this is sort of planning for the next thing, because the current thing is sort of hurry up and waiting for the stuff to happen. And when it's, well, even before it's done, we might be moving on to the next thing. At least starting to set up the next thing. Got 3. Haven't completed any, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, this makes 2 every time. That's why I have 3 there, because I put 1 in. I did the recipe once, so we got 2 more. I'll grab this one over here for a 4th one. I'll put 2 more, which will then be put back in here and make the whole thing go faster. Okay, in the meantime, I could run over here and start setting up the ash filtration component of that processing. Either that or... Oh, I've been meaning to run around and grab the zinc and tin, right? So let's go grab the zinc and tin. This is effectively functioning as my don't want these burnals anymore, please take them into inventory spot over there, and it gets turned into steam. Here's my car. Let's see if we can avoid crashing it too many times. The way I refer to it as crashing it too many times, because the very first thing I do is crash it. As I do. Okay, so this is going to be coal land for all my coal power needs. Get the trees. Well, it's maybe a little bit proactive getting rid of the trees in the moment. Because I haven't put the electric drills in yet. Or don't have the electric drills to put in. Over here, I'm gonna have to... Or over here, I'm gonna want to build. So I don't have to build, but I'm gonna want to build. I don't have any splitters. I guess I'm gonna have to use ghosts in the meantime. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use ghosts in the meantime. We're gonna do a 8x8 balancer. Probably not enough space here. So here's how you start an 8x8, at least the one I've looked up on the web. Okay. That's how we start the splitters portion of that. And there we go. So that's sand splitters, the 8x8 balancer. Which I suppose then itself is going to have to get rebalanced, because we're going to use a modified couple of these. Okay. And then the modification on these is going to be as follows. But this modification is to do that is each one of these will take a belt and a half input. By making the change. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. Just leave this for the moment. I need to put the boilers in before I can handle the ash. Okay, the boilers start off. We can start these relatively close. That variety. So one side pulls ash out, the other side puts coal in. By this way I can use whole belts instead of half belts. So 2, or 4, 8, 10, and 12 should be a full belt of cold ash. You need to leave enough space between these to handle flow. So there's 2 belts that I have to deal with. They're going to sort of weave back and forth from each one on both sides. Plus I want to leave probably 1 extra space for the return coal ash. we go. Hopefully, we'll be oversized and will provide me all the power I ever need as long as I want. At least until we get into a better power source. And then I turn around and tear the whole thing out, because we have a far better power source. It's going to happen. There's even better ways of handling coal than I currently have. And of course, the whole thing, as you might notice, is designed because I'm not running Squeak Through mod. I have to walk between the pipes at some point, hopefully. Hopefully. So I'm building it so I can walk through the thing instead of be blocked by all the pipes. Definitely make it smaller if you wanted, if you were not worried about walking through the area. Oh, and I'm getting distracted. I intended to go after and grab metal. Apparently, I don't want to go harvest my fluid mining drill yields. Instead, I'd rather be building things, which is Factorio. Go hand collect things and run things by hand, or build new thing. Shiny new thing is distracting me. Okay. And then we can use this to clear up the inventory a little bit. Put the bits out. Oops. Good old Control-Z. Yeah, I did count and made the right number of boilers, so that's all the boilers I need for this setup. I'm gonna have to go get more pipe to grounds. Sure, I'm gonna have to get more inserters as well to fully set the thing up. Okay, stop there. I'm down to one pipe to ground. Good enough as I need to take a short break and swap over to a different project. And for over here, I need 5, 10, 12 inserters. Only enough iron plate on me to make 7, but we can go get some iron plate in a moment. It's actually kind of the direction we're planning on going. It's or kind of the direction I'm planning on going, so it's not too bad. Focusing on driving, trying not to hit random things. Task failed. got most of the way there without hitting anything. What are you struggling with? There being not enough acetylene. That's what you're struggling with. What can I do to make increased acetylene production? Here's my acetylene maker. Did you make it out of light oil? And you're not even running because you're out of light oil. Okay, so what is screwing up light oil production? Or eating it? Looks like an absence of middle oil. Middle oil's being screwed up because there isn't any steam. The steam isn't going anywhere because the coal ash is backed up. Okay. Coal ash is backed up because my setup here isn't working. Because I plumbed the wrong line. Did I? No. Yes, no. Okay, so the ash is coming in. The ash is getting in, going along, and... Okay, so I've got too much ash, so the ash system isn't working to process the ash, which isn't working because I'm not using the coal dust. Oops. That wasn't what I meant to do. This is carbide. Shove stuff in you, not change your recipe. And this is all not working because I let Coke on the line. Maybe sometimes just the coal dust and the iron. Pull enough coal dust out of the system, we can get the ash processing going in. Get the ash processing going in, the system should fix itself, and it should have some light oil. So I just keep pulling and pulling and pulling, and it's... I might have made a bigger problem than I expected. Oh, one of you is supposed to be line production, the other one's supposed to be production. Acetylene still running. I'm gonna keep the steam running. We might get some light oil. Okay, so you're running. You could definitely use more steam production, which is the state of affairs. Okay, that'll buy us a little bit more time. Running just a little bit faster. Still not making steam fast enough. Oh dear. That's why you're not making enough light. Because that makes the medium becomes the light. And even the medium cracking is requiring more steam. Oh dear. Yeah, I got this going faster again. Some zinc, some of the gold green stuff. And we'll go fetch the car and get driving back to base. Oops. Close enough to base. You need fuel. Use some fuel for you. Why are you backed up? That filter should be working. There we go. Okay, let's check the Varric production. If I got enough to get the Varric thing working at full speed, we'll start the slaughter. Six. So the answer to do I have enough is yes. Well, enough to get you running. Might want to speed you up with another one. Maybe don't put the inserter in yet to make the slaughterhouse run. Well, then we're now making 2 every 160 seconds. Well, maybe making 2 every 160 seconds. I haven't rebalance checked the thing. And I am going to live in blissful ignorance for just a little bit longer. Do that math later. So, you get one of these, or you get 3 of these for every one of these. 1 of these for every 10 things a zinc plate. I only brought 30 back, so we're only going to get like 9 circuit boards to run out of zinc again. Oh, sorry, Twitch chat. Hello, hello. I had the Factorio 8-lane balancer up on screen and was covering up chat. Let me bring chat back up on top, and I can see that Banana Burglar has said howdy howdy, and MC Jide has said hello. Sorry for the slow response to that. Okay, let's see if I can get some of the ash out of my inventory by getting it assigned to a filtration unit here. Pipe. Pipe. Don't actually need more belt, but I'll need more inserters. That's what I'm trying to do. I suppose the other thing we might put some effort into making is fluid mining drills. Almost there. 99. 100. I'm gonna make 1. Throw over here, bring you up to full speed. You're at full speed. And then the last one, the one that's on the belt here, will be the guinea pig to see if the automatic inserter really works right. There we go. And it's been butchered. And the first one butchered, you are running because you ran. Question was that? That was enough. First slurry text. 26 hours, 31 minutes in. Which means I get a rubber stopper. Get some glassware. First glassware, 26 minutes, or 26 hours, 32 minutes. And we're 1 glassware short of our first set of 5-pack ones. We're gonna wait until the next one comes off the production line. Well, the next 2 come off in 160 seconds. But yeah, if everything has been fed correctly, that might be a tall order, but if everything has been fed correctly, and I remember to feed the bits that need feeding, this should make us the science packs. And I need 45, so 15 recipes worth to do electric mining drills. And at the same time, we're going to slowly start to spool up first place where we're going to put them. Probably going to want quite a few for the first place. That's when those fluid mining drills going. I'm gonna hang around here to do, well, basically watch the process happen one more time. We are kind of sitting here waiting for about a minute for the Varix to come off the production line. I suppose we were like 75% when we started watching, so that's 40 seconds. Wait, I want to make sure, well, I want to be here to watch the first of the SciPac one come off the line. We can manually go shove that in the electric mining drill, or in the research labs to get the first couple of research going. And then we'll go check up the acetylene production because we need more zinc. We'll try to declog that system a little bit more. And then we'll go work on sort of working on the boiler system and then the sorting system. And we'll have to make that sorting system hopefully a little bit more robust. Would be the hope. There we go. There's the rocks going. First one, which makes you run. Which makes you run. Which makes you run. When you have two. I think for every one of these butchered we get two anyway, so it's should be happening. It just takes a moment. There we go. Gets you running. And there we go. First batch of SciPac 1. There we go. Created the first SciPac 1, or Science Pack 1 on 26 hours, 37 minutes, and 45 seconds. To be very rapidly followed by 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, for the first tech I want to research, I need 45, so it's a start. It's not an end. There we go. Should be progressing. Grab more undergrounds. Grab more regular pipe. Grab a little bit more inserters. I suppose I should drop some of these lead plates off. I don't need all the lead plates on me. I need some. Because if I ever need to make any storage tanks, they're made out of lead and titanium mostly, I think. Oh, and or duraluminum. I should probably put more copper in the duraluminum setup. Here's where the lead goes. Keep a couple stacks. We'll put most of it in there. There we go. I'll consume a little more coal gas, although we're not as worried about that because we're using it to run the glassworks at the moment. I'd actually be worried the other way around that I would use up too much. Okay, let's fetch the car and go driving. Picking that up because I depleted the pile it was on top of. Start with grabbing the zinc. And we definitely improved whatever was wrong with this with the steam, because this is running much better. Grab that one. Like so. This is something that when we get electric drills, or electric sword drills, we won't have to bother with anymore, but at the moment it's the thing that I gotta bother with. And yes, I'm making it not necessarily putting this whole point in the right direction. That's why I saved the blueprint, so I could just redirect them later. I'm going to go around to each individual one. And bring up the blueprints, click Q. Click Q, and all the runs in the wrong orientation fix themselves. Oops. Out of undergrounds. Whoops. Did that make a mess on the floor? I think that made a mess on the floor. Here, that should have cleaned the mess up. We have to have better aromatics, so it's... Hopefully that was the steam problem. So now that we fixed the steam problem, the problem's resolving itself, more or less. Let's go make sure the system is not going to devolve right back into that state. Yeah, we still have ash backed up, which is not good. We're not ash, coal dust backed up, which is not good. I think for the short while that has de-jammed the system. Now let's do a little bit of math comparison here. Oh, Twitch chat saying, enjoying your Song 6 VOD is entertaining. Waiting for more. Yeah, we'll be playing that again on Monday, Tuesday. No. Tomorrow. We'll be playing that tomorrow. Song 6 will be tomorrow. Today is Factorio. I had to unswitch the 2 days in my mind because I've swapped Songs of 6 and Stellaris so that I had time for the Songs of 6 poll to finish. So it'll be tomorrow, so Stellaris will be the day after tomorrow, and then Monday will be Shadow Empire. Okay, so we're still being limited by Steam, so I could definitely do with more Steam. And we're at least adjusting how my Steam is plumbed, right? So if we don't need the power, we have excess Steam over here. So let's... Do I have what it takes to do a flow control valve? Yes, if I go grab some iron. Instead of an overflow valve and let that flow to the steam system running the petrochem. So that steam should be flowing in here. Flows to you. Flows to you. And bring you guys all up to speed, which you're now at. You make 90 middle oil every 5 seconds. And you consume 100 every 4. So that is about correct. So that should increase the light oil throughput, just by maintaining steam. What we can probably do is do some anthracene processing to get it into creosote. You're running 50 every 2, and we're not making quite that much. I have a hard time enjoying Dwarf Fortress Colony Sim type. Feels like you create one, you have to satisfy several other apartments. Rain is full fry with all the problems and keep having to consider any tips. Sometimes it's it's just get a little overly focused on something and don't get distracted by the other stuff you should probably be working on. But yeah, inevitably the overload is what gets me, at least in Dwarf Fortress sometimes. So I understand the feeling. I don't quite get it so much in Songs of Six. But it's overload in Dwarf Fortress, and then usually once I've sorted out the overload with automated tasks, it's, well, I've automated everything away in Dwarf Fortress, and then the Dwarf Fortress is a little bit less interesting in that scenario to me. It's one of the reasons I haven't run, well, that and Dwarf Fortress is not the greatest of looking games. One of the reasons I haven't run Dwarf Fortress on stream. Dwarf Fortress is definitely one of those games where if you do a good job of it, well, they say losing is fun, right, with Dwarf Fortress. So if you're trying a little too hard, you win, and not in the fun way necessarily. So yeah, don't have any good tips, specifically Dwarf Fortress. Other games, often the trick is to try to resist getting too distracted by other things that would be useful but aren't what you're working on in the moment, just so you don't get fried from thinking about too many things at once. Which I understand probably doesn't work for everyone, but... yeah, didn't bring enough underground pipes. So, I can't finish this system off for the moment. Although I have enough splitters. Finish the splitter bit over here. Okay, so that's the outflow for ash. And we'll just put the inserters all in. Now, when I do all the future ones, what I can do is I'm basically going to have a carbon copy of another 7 of these, right? Instead of having to make sure all the inserters are in the right direction, I can just make sure the inserters are all in the right spot, and then I can correct the orientation by doing copy and paste of the correct orientation over the incorrect one, which will fix the orientation. Just like that. Okay. Let's start plopping inserters here. Again, I don't need to worry about orientation, just so they're in the right spot. And the underground. Do undergrounds as well. Sorry about the slow response to that Twitch chat. Have a hard time fun losing, I guess. I can kind of understand that feeling. The reason that's sort of the tagline that people lot to say often about Dwarf Fortress is in Dwarf Fortress, if you're doing too good in Dwarf Fortress, you can run into a problem of success is not that interesting. It's often more interesting to experience the stress of not necessarily a fort that fails. Some people maybe lean a little bit too hard into losing is fun when it comes to Dwarf Fortress as well. But what you want to lean into is if you don't want to optimize the fun out of it, right? If you're doing too good, it can result in a situation where, well, the optimal thing to do is leave the fortress doors closed, leave the drawbridge up, don't face the siege. But, well, then the thing that has happened in history many a time, which is functionally dying of boredom, can happen to you in the game, right? Where the game gets boring because you're just not... the optimum play is to not engage with the risk, the challenge, the circus. If you don't know what a circus is in Dwarf Fortress, I'm not going to spoil that for you, but not engaging with the circus, for example, is can sometimes be a very boring way of playing, at least if you're intentionally trying not to engage with the circus. Because it can be a very, well, to use the Dwarf Fortress terminology, it can be a very fun time. So avoiding it can result in a boring time. Because there's the whole argument that sometimes the risk is worth, or the reward is worth the risk. Completely avoiding the reward, or completely avoiding risk means you don't necessarily get to benefit from the rewards of taking the risks. Even Songs 6, I have a hard time optimizing City Beauty and optimal. Yeah. Again, that might be a situation where it's just learn to, and this can sometimes be a hard thing to do. You can optimize the fun out of a game sometimes if you try a little too hard. So it's finding a way to play the game that is fun to you but doesn't optimize the fun out of it. Sometimes it's fun to learn how to optimize the fun out of a game and then try intentionally not. And that's where a lot of challenge runs, self-imposed challenge runs people do with various games comes in. It's their way of, well, they've gotten so good at the game that they play it normally, they sort of follow the optimum takes the fun out of the game. So they intentionally place some sort of self-imposed challenge on themselves to make it interesting. Let's get that zinc deployed. Might need to go grab more nickel. Gonna grab more inserters, more underground belts. No, more inserters, more belts, more pipe to ground. Maybe get a little more of this science going. So hopefully we have a few more done. Another 18. Well, we've researched with 6. It's showing progress of 5. I think it terminates at 6. There'll be another 18, bring us to 24. We need 45. Let's zinc in so we get more circuit boards. yeah, I do need more what the purple thing is, which is tin. Not nickel, tin. You like hobby, you know what I mean. Don't quite get that reference. Sorry. Built, more pipe to ground. I'll grab some iron, make some more built to ground. Oh, and let's deploy the science bomb up here. And drawing a single writing, taking time and effort to be good. Yeah, I get the understanding of wanting to be perfectionist at things. Definitely run into that a couple times with Civ. It's one of the reasons I have. You probably haven't seen me play Civilizations on the channel. Well, that and the difficulty of trying to get it to OBS well. Is at least a lot of the Civ games, learning to play a bad start can be quite fun. But if you try to optimize and get like perfect starts, it can get very min-maxy re-rolling in a way that I don't necessarily super appreciate. Oh, I forgot to grab inserters. Let's grab some inserters. Here's 100 inserters. That's where some effects from, like, some roguelikes are nice. Like, playing a challenge game like... Oh, I've played another challenge. Now I'm trying to forget the name. Let's see if I can find the name quickly. Game I'm thinking about. Terraformers, the Red Planet Awaits. Like, Terraformers, the Red Planet Awaits. That's a challenge game where you're doing the same challenge. You might do the same challenge multiple times just to get a good success. But I like the fact that it is at least different starting conditions every time. So it's not like I'm trying to do the exact same thing like 15 times to get just right to make the puzzle work, but rather there's some expectation that, yeah, there's going to be some starts that, given your conditions for victory, are not winnable conditions. Right? You will fail. You won't succeed in all of them. What's wrong with the steam over here? It's plum drain. I probably have some problem with ash. I already guess. Oh, you're running. I'm just using all the steam as quickly as I make it. Okay. Is the other reason I'm planning on building a big steam engine, steam area, is just so I can have a lot of steam. So I don't have to worry about the steam items being undersupplied. You do go through a lot of steam in this game. do with more moss. Okay. This is not quite working right. Oops. Making sure the chests go on the right side of the belt. So the animal meat gets taken out of the thing. So you think you can take the thing to do the thing. That takes just short because I'm low short on stone. Okay. You want you running, which will be you running. Okay, so I need to bring more stone over. I need to bring more moss over, ideally. This one there, which will provide 4 rubber stoppers. 4 rubber stoppers will be enough for 2 glassware. 2 glassware will be enough for the next side pack. Which will be 9 more side packs, which won't be enough to do the next science. But I'll take and deliver it anyway while I go get moss. I want moss. Apparently we're pulling a lot more trees off the right side than the left side. Although that makes sense, because the left side really isn't running very hard. Because it's not like we're actively using automation packs right now. In any large quantity. Okay, let's go grab some stone. Interesting. It looks like I'm not making enough carbon dioxide. Follow up on that. Follow up on the CO2. Which is, looks like it's not being made enough of because we're not making enough coke. So let's check to see what's going wrong with the coke. Running at full speed. You appear to be running at full speed too. So it might just be that I'm eating too much for the steel. More of you. Got more of you. I'll drop off. What am I thinking about dropping off? Drop off the science, if any, is accumulated. And then we'll head back out to the new power plant field. We'll try to bring out electric poles on the way out. Because we're going to need some power to start the system up, obviously. Okay, no luck yet. Oh, actually, no, that's not what the issue is. You're also out of moss. I need more moss. Which means I need more CO2. Well, that should be enough to get that process going in, which gives a little bit more science, gives a little bit closer to electric miner drills. Only 18 to go, so not that far. It is a lot of inserting. basic substrate. That's 3 plus 3. I need 18 to go, so it looks like we're going to get at least 9 before we head off again. I guess halfway to electric mining drills. You're still running fine. And you're running fine. Yeah, we're just waiting on the massacre to continue. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna have enough poles. I did make 100-something poles, so we can get a pretty good distance. What we've got. Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. That's just start hauling them, start putting them out. Oh, actually, I'm gonna run out of cables just short, I suppose. Because I need to get it to the coal area and to the separators. And I can probably do one or the other and not full. The amount of cables I brought with me. I didn't bring enough copper to really... No, it's actually shortage of lumber that's the issue. Okay. Aluminum that's stopping us from building 8 of these. But I can probably make it do 6. Oops. Don't hook the steam tank up to the water line. That's not gonna work out well. Okay, on to the next one. And then again, I don't need that one. Don't need that one. We don't need that one. And slowly working this out. I think when we go back, I'll have enough to get electric mining drills, and then we can start to push coal into this. which will be a real test if it's working right. That plus putting water in. This is very much a there is no half measures to power solution. Although at the moment there's no power sector, this is just a massive steam boiler setup that just makes steam up the wazoo. Will make steam up the wazoo. Also, a whole lot of ash. Oh, I've got a pipe up there I'm not supposed to have. Don't need you, which means put back in. Go. Just do that 4 more times. Gotta remember, because I'm gonna use the copy and paste trick at the end, I don't need to care about orientation. On at least the inserters. I might have to care about it on the belts. I always forget about the belts. You only gotta care about position, not orientation. Oh, that's all my inserters. I'll come back to boilers later. Not boilers, steam engines later. Let's go get more inserters. No, let's put all the undergrounds in before I go, just in case I don't have enough undergrounds. Yeah, because I'm not going to have enough undergrounds. I'm already deducing that math is mathing. Okay, so I need more undergrounds, I need more inserters. I have enough of the rest. Came over here on foot, so I should go back on foot. A little bit of walls and grommet roading here. Well, that's all my brick. I'll have to pick more brick up on the way back. Maybe clear some trees as well. So this reminds me, the thing I'm short on for making more poles is more trees. So a couple little trees on the way. Okay. One of these days I'm gonna have to remember to use the car as a extra storage for transporting stuff. Nine. Exactly how many I need. bunch of bricks breaking the road. We'll check on the circuit boards. Obviously, we can keep hand-feeding that what it needs. It'll produce more science, and we can keep advancing the technologies. Even once we're done with the electric mining drill. While we're improving the base. You need that, which needs that, which needs coal. So I need to go find where I've put the coal. We had one place stockpiling 50, or stockpiling 100 at a time. Oh, and I need to pick up undergrounds and inserters. Underground pipes. Or pipe to ground. Same sort of thing. Pick you up. And you up. Electric mining drills. Now done. Huzzah. Now, what should I go for next? Tech-wise, geothermals may be tempting, but we're gonna probably delay that. Coke processing is a direct way. Makes coke oven gas and coke directly, so I can sort of skip the intermediate step. Going through raw coal. That's a definite potential option. Hotels, warehouses. I want some really big buffers. I think I'm good with just the normal chest for the moment. I don't need burners. Processing, nickel processing, tin. At some point, we're going to want to go warden our animals for fish in particular. Pulling that a little bit. Crushers, I want to go for raw coal crushing. This is the refined coal through a secondary crusher. Crushed coal, coal, and coal dust. Chamber composting. Yeah, I think we'll go through the crushers. Head down to... Go into Crusher 2 here. Away for raw coal. Limestone plus soil produces soil plus limestone? Interesting choice process there. I suppose it's fast enough. You don't need limestone, getting a little extra soil is probably fine. I'm not sure how valuable that recipe is specifically. Antimony, titanium, yeah, probably just work down to raw coal. Next couple. In the meantime, let's go get some coal. So that's what we need for our science production. Should have 100 in a chest down here. Most of everything I'm running off of is running off of raw coal. Not refined. Oh, you're complaining about being out of fuel again. Okay, so I need to swap you off of coal gas. Question is, do I swap you to tar or swap you to something else? Pitch is coming back to 300,000 again. Oils, I think I can turn into creosote. And we'll be wanting more creosote soon. Yeah, let's replummet back to pitch. Oops. That's not going to be the appropriate junction. Okay, fair enough. There we go. That's making going again. I can also start, if I pick up the right stuff, electric mining drill production. So let's start handcrafting some electric mining drills, which is copper, iron, and my circuit boards. So to make what I've got built up there, I want 8 times 8, so what about 64 drills if I can make it work? Or is it 4 times 8? Let's do a double check. So let's put this in. So I'm looking for 15, raw coal. 15. 8 belts. Raw coal. Recipe, I got that one. By default, it's going to be doing by mining drill. I want you to swap to electric, because that's what we're going to do. So I need 30 to meet all 8 belts. There must be some rounding in there. I was assuming it would be something divisible by 8 at least. Yeah, there's probably some rounding going on there. It's probably like 3.5 or something. Per belt. You're out of fuel, so fix the rock hole on you. Got more of those. 26 anyway. And then you do need the raw coal, which is why I'm going to grab the raw coal. Crest Electric Mining Drill, just short of 28 hours, with 27 hours and 55 minutes. Interesting. Why are you out of methane? Assumed I was heavily oversupplying methane. Apparently not. Oh, it's the CO2. I'm undersupplying CO2. Everything that runs off of CO2 is stopped. That's fair. Okay, I'm not going to worry about the CO2 problem currently. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the CO2 problem currently. What part of that's coming from is that I'm not, I'm over-consuming the coal, over-consuming the carbon at this stage. You're not, oh, I see. I see. That's where my problem is. Just fill the inventory up with iron oxide. That gets that running. There's more coal or coke going. And I just gotta find these. Get rid of my iron oxide. Do another pull from the chest over here. Just to make sure this runs for a while without any more interruptions. There we go. Back to getting the temporary solution to work again. We're working on making a permanent solution, but that will be well in the future at the moment. Bit of an awkward shape at the top here. Oops. Need to leave the space between them for the belt. Otherwise I'm going to be a bit disappointed in the final result. Suppose I should have... no space for the out rounds. Yeah, that'll work close enough. Let's make the last right side, or last left side belt go actually around the bum. This is overkill future proofing mostly. I could get away with fewer miners, certainly. Oh, I've got no... I got no iron on me. Well, I'm gonna have to go back to base fairly soon. Do a little more plumbing here before I come back at least. System's obviously not going to work with no water, which is where I was like, oh, I need to make a offshore pump, or offshore pump, yeah, to get some water. And then I realized, oh, can't do that without, you know, some iron in the inventory. Oh, I'm also gonna need more inserters. Didn't bring enough inserters. I built something that consumed my steam engines, didn't I? Like, I know I built some. Yeah, salt separated. Like, where's my boilers? Where's my steam engines? You spent them on something. All been spent. Okay, next line. If I've got enough belts to finish this up, I suspect the answer might be no. Although that's fine because I need more inserters to get it done as well. Run out of belts. Okay. So going back for belts, inserters, assemble a few more electric mining drills, and come back with some steam engines. Oh, and an offshore pump, because I'm going to need water. That's the entire reason we went up there, because it's a nice coal deposit, a nice, really large coal deposit near water. Need the belts, inserters, copper, iron, an offshore, 16 electric drills. The steam engines, I think, are mostly metal. $16 of those. I'll need some splitters as well. Yeah, still being limited by CO2. Three more science, okay. Oh, I'm going to want an overflow valve. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that the power gets prioritized first. So I'm going to put an overflow valve so that steam up there gets used on power, and then I'll pipe the steam down here for other stuff. Because there's other applications that need steam. That's 7 of the 8 belts for the belt balancer there. I'm gonna do the run out for water. Can always come back and reposition the water line here if it is a problem for finding enough chromium. Basically go over the edge of the field here and it'll probably be fine. There we go, steam being rapidly produced. Oh, I don't even have enough for that one. Okay, I'll have to go back for another batch of inserters. Theory, it should be balanced already, so it shouldn't need to be balanced, but we're just gonna make sure it's balanced. Coming out here. Okay, and then I'm gonna get 5 of these. Then I think the way we're going to work this is so this is 3, that is 3, that's 1.5, so technically it's 7.5 at that point, so we're gonna not quite be balanced, but it won't quite process the right amount. It's gonna be close enough that I think it'll be fine. Okay, this is the one where I'm doing the change. So that side's right, this side's actually the wrong way around. I don't have enough inserters, and I'm going to need more belts. Suspect. Yep, frees up 1 inventory space. Oh, I forgot to put the science in the lab on the way out. Oops. Out of bolts. Okay. Out of inserters, out of belts. Miscounted when I was making the miners. I want to make another 8 miners. Oh, before I run back. I have 16 steam engines. Let's hook those up and have this place actually produce, at least until the ash backs up to the point where it doesn't work, produce some power. Go, even more power on the grid. You can save more steam for other locations that are making steam for things that aren't power. Okay, pulling back into base. I'm looking for one here. Dealing with more coke. Is there anything I do to speed that system up? I'll figure out why it's not working for one. Because we're not pulling enough coal gas. Okay. Well, that's easy-ish to fix. Let me go fix that. Okay, so we're out of pitch again. So now you're running back on coal gas again, which means it'll delete the coal gas system, which should get the coke going again. We're here for specifically those and those. Probably gonna want some pipe to ground, so let's grab some of those as well. up on the science. I'm carrying around 3, but if I can get some more in the labs, that'll make a little more progress before we back out again. Oh, and maybe check to see what the circuit board facility is out of. So you can optimize it by going and grabbing some missing metal. Okay, so out of substrate, which means you're out of moss. Let's go pick up moss then. Okay, so it hasn't backed up so badly that we have Varrox to butcher. Oh no, I've run out of moss. Let me stick moss in the red hole. So I get ran feeding moss into things. There we go. Okay, back out to that mine. Oh no, I'm gonna build another 8 of those. Okay. Then back out to the mine. Rockin' and rockin' and rockin'. Furnace-wise, at some point I need to be contemplating about making some advanced furnaces. Like a lot of advanced furnaces. So I can make use of electrical power instead of coal power for doing refining. Oh, and I'm missing an underground, so there's no water in that portion of the system. There we go. That's enough to run all these boilers. In fact, that's enough plus redundancy. Good way to think about it. It should be enough to, even if half of them run out of stuff for them to be running. And then we worked out earlier on these. I only need like 2 out of each type. I do arguably need the ins, but I don't need the outs. Okay. Okay. So that's the ash being plumbed into the ash sorting system. Now I just need to get the ash sorting system to actually do some sorting. Well, I suppose I should probably also start thinking about how I'm going to sort the sorted product. So right now, this is going to make every second 0.25 iron oxide, oh no, 0.55 coal dust iron oxide mixed times 10. So 5.5, so that'll all happily fit on one belt. Okay. And then some soot, which again is going to be about 2 per second out of the whole assemblage, which again should happily fit all on one belt. That's the top. Okay. Okay. Some point I have to make a proper copy and paste of this. That's only got the 2, because I've worked out it only needs the 2, and I haven't fixed the blueprint to account for that. I don't have enough inserters. I've worked out I don't have enough inserters. It's a bit of a shame. Okay, I'm gonna actually change how this one is plumbed. So run the resulting ash from that sorting process back into the ash sort. There. So Bright has taken that input in. And then on this belt here, at this point, we have all the, or will have all the ores. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the iron oxide, so 6 different ores. And honestly, we're not making very much of any of them, or at least I don't think we are making very much of any of them. So I'm going to do a or, well, a sort. I have the underground, so this will be fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically don't need the sort on the 6, but we'll put the sort on the 6 anyway. So first we'll take off iron. So I got it sorted in the wrong direction. Whoops. Other side lane. Oh, I just gotta overwrite the filters. And you will be also iron. But the ore. And copper. Ore. Aluminum ore. The next one. That's zinc. Yeah. Last but not least, I think the last one is lead. I'll have to go get more inserters, but we already knew I was going to have to do that. There we go. Yeah, this is presumably providing sufficient power. Although I can probably want to bring the steam down at some point. I think as soon as I get that assembled, I'm going to take a short break to get some tea. Just drained what's left of the cold cup of tea in front of me. I think it's due time for a warmer one. Don't see the flickering on the CO2, so we're not making enough CO2. We've got too much stuff demanding CO2 at the same time is the answer. Batteries which have zinc, so I have to go get zinc to fix that. Okay. Okay, it's working fine. I'm out of coal again. Okay, so we're looking at getting coal and zinc. Although, we did get 30 science before we ran out of coal and zinc, so I think it warrants actually heading over there to do that. 30 science is not going to be enough to get Crushers 2 done, but get a good chunk into Crushers 2. Running down here for the coal and the zinc, because I need the refined coal, which comes out of you. 100. And we got coal gas backed up. Oh, because I presumably have glass backed up. Glass and aluminum backed up. Okay. So I gotta get one of those going to get the coal gas going in. It's easy enough to do. I can just go grab some glass. Oh, that's all the zinc I got. Well, that's a good sign. There's enough zinc coming in that I can literally fill up on the zinc. That's good. Here we go. That should put some demand on the glass system. Put some demand on the coal gas system. Okay, back here. 100 inserters, so hopefully we can finish this up. Oops. Keep the trend, I should put it at that end. Oh, I didn't bother to go over to drop the zinc off. We'll go do that in a moment. I don't have inserters properly to do this bit anyway. There we go, out of inserters. How quickly you go through 100 inserters? at this point, I want to take the excess coal dust, run it around, and kind of dispose of it by shoving it back in one of the raw coal lines. It'll be a little bit more energy dense actually than the existing coal, I believe. Oh, that's actually a good question. Is the coal dust denser? It's 3 megajoules. So no, it's the same density from an energy perspective. That's a higher stacked limit, but when we're on the belt, they are not stacked. So that's not a concern or benefit. And then right now I'm not using enough steam. Whole system shut down. No steam. No steam consumption. Just to underground, that's why the system's not properly connected. There we go. Now the whole system's going to run in parallel. This is why I put the balancer after the boilers as well as before the boilers. Because apparently if I leave out of underground, portions of the network don't work. And it needs balancing. Okay, why are you running? Or... no, the whole network is just stacked. Okay. Wait, no. Something's not working right. Why are you running what you were not running? Output full. And why is this one running? Is this a priority... order priority? They're not pulling evenly. Yeah, they're not pulling evenly. That's what's happening. Anyway, short term, this should be reasonably self-sustaining, and I suppose that means this is a point for... oh no, we want this finished first. Let's go grab the missing inserters and I can finish up the build before I show it off for the highlights video. We'll start piping the surplus steam back to base. Here, I'm going to need to pump at some point along the way. It's quite a way back to base. That's where I need the pump. And I don't think I have enough stuff on me to make a pump. Nope, because I don't have enough iron. Okay, all the way back to base. Grab inserters, make a couple pumps. One of the copper mines is out. Got 2 left down there. And we want, well, probably gonna want more pipe ground and inserters. And we grab the zinc. Let's drop the zinc off. And grab the coal for the same reason. Find coal for the same reason. Okay, let's get the coal. Should get the science going again. And you get the zinc. You going again. And then run along the iron line for a smidge. It's probably enough. What do we need to assemble? Lots of iron, lots of copper. Yeah, I should probably... and a bunch of stone. Get a few of those under construction. Because after I'm done with this build, the next build is... going to be significantly more, well, ideally a whole belt of iron and a whole belt of copper to start the bus off. Oh, something's wrong with the stone mine. Gonna have to follow up with in the future. We'll take a moment and follow up now. It's vaguely on the way to where I'm going. Your ash is backed up. Well, that's not really the problem. The problem is that that's backed up. That's what's going to do it. Carriagen's backed up. There we go. Okay, that's about some time there. We're not going to completely fix the problem. Long-term solution is to do something with the carriaging. Or find an alternative source system. I'm suspecting I'm actually going to do the latter than the former. Because I'm going to make stone as a byproduct of iron at some point. Something's wrong with my sorting system. Oh, we're just not using the coal ash enough. That's coal dust enough. That's what's going on. And there we go. So the system should, in theory, be working. Oh, no, I forgot a whole thing of this. Just whoops. For the moment, the ash is being processed. Make this faster for making it. We have a little bit of a problem where the system's not grabbing, well, not aggressively grabbing the coal dust enough. I think I got a workaround for that if I need to. Yeah, I can work that around. Exactly the solution I want to be doing, but I'll do it. Input priority left side. Input priority left side. Okay, so that kind of defeats the purpose of the balancer, but it should help with getting it to pull the coal ash used. I wasn't entirely sure what's heavily favoring pulling from one line over all the rest, but it's doing it. I'm pulling the steam for one line specifically. For no reason, it's disproportionately pulling steam from this one. That's pulling the coal ash specifically, which is helping to work through this backlog. Should help keep the system from not jamming. Yeah, that should work the backlog down so the system doesn't jam. And then to keep sort of circular logic going on here, you output prioritize right. So don't go back to the start if you don't need to go back to the start there. Okay. Okay, and if future editor me does his job well, this will be a highlight. So this is a sort of a build review. This is the first mining area post electric drills. At some point I'll probably add more drills down here for mining coal for non-power needs, but this is basically a 8-belt raw coal generation method to power 8 belts worth of steam. So I've got boilers here consuming the raw coal belts to make steam. The product ash, right now we're not using enough of the steam, which is why it's not running at full speed. It should, in theory, be run pretty close to full speed. It actually should be limited to about 7.5 belts, but 8 belts in, 7.5 belts consumed of ash. We've got enough solid separators here in theory to do about 7.5 belts worth of separating. We've got one soot separator. We've got a sort of crude sorting facility up here that sorts the ores out and smelts the ores, just to keep the ores fairly small. The bypass both for the ash that gets generated and the coal dust that gets generated. The coal dust then gets cycled back around into the 8-lane balancer that I've... to make sure that it eats the coal dust and priority has been futzed with a little bit, so it's not a perfect balancer, but basically to prioritize the input of the coal dust, and then that gets fed back in so that the coal dust gets consumed and doesn't jam the system. But yeah, this should provide more than enough steam, and sort of indirectly more than enough power for the next phase of my construction, which is the beginning of the bus. Which is why I'm saying at some point we'll come back here and we'll mine more coal here. It won't just be this. I'll use the bottom portion of the mine here to provide coal for the bus. But for the moment, this is what we're going to be using. And I've already got 16 boilers going off of this setup. Which means this place is actually, I think, almost half the power of the entire base. And the system obviously provides more steam, so I've set it up with an overflow valve that I'll use to pump the excess steam not used by power up here back to the base for processes that use power. So that's the build review. And yeah, I think this will work out pretty well. So I suppose this is where we'll go if you're watching on YouTube in the highlights video, where we'll go back into a part jump. And if you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to take a short break here just to get up and make a new cup of tea and take a stretch. I will be back. This is not where we're ending for now. I think the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be getting an iron mine going using electric drills. Possibly a copper mine. Let's actually do a quick search. So iron, there's a couple different deposits of iron. Thinking probably one of those two. Yeah, probably one of those two, unless I've got one near copper deposit somewhere. Which is the next thing we'll search for. Copper ore there, copper ore there. It's obviously what's left of the one on the base. Copper ore there. Copper ore over there, okay. Is there any iron up here? No. Okay, so yeah, what it looks like is I'm probably going to bring the copper down to the iron. So we'll probably mine and smelt the iron, mine and smelt the copper, get 2 belts, and use that as the beginning of the bus. Probably do. Oh, that's iron ore. 7.7 million, 24 million. Probably start with the smaller one. Start with 7.7. Yeah, initially, other than the oil sands there, that's not looking too bad for just a east-west bus. So I'll bring you down, bring you up, and then start the bus going off the right there. That's what we might try to do after I go ahead and make the cup of tea. So, given that, I will go ahead and take a short break to make that cup of tea. I'll be right back. You can enjoy watching the power network. Okay, back with tea. Let's get back to Factorio. Okay. While I was on break, I realized how late it was. I think we're going to try to get the iron mine going. And then maybe call it for the night. I suppose before I get the iron mine going, let's bring up the factory planner. So right now we've mostly been doing... not that one. This recipe. So can I copy you? Okay, duplicate. Okay. So we're mostly doing this recipe with stone furnaces. Obviously it's time to swap to electric miners. And frankly, we're going to swap over from stone furnaces to advanced foundries. Yep. So, doesn't save us any furnaces, and these are pretty expensive. 75 to make a half belt. I want a full belt. So, that's going to be its own problem. We're going to be obviously making half a belt because I'm not making that much. And then obviously, again, we're evaluating the mine. So this is the recipe that we're going to be building for the first one. I have unlocked an alternative pathway. Let's just say. The alternative pathway is more efficient. And the alternative pathway is a byproduct makes stone. So it's tempting to do the alternative pathway. It's even more mining drill efficient, right? So it's more mining drill efficient, more crusher efficient. Needs less furnaces. I think for the first one, we're going to try to stick to just straight. And the reason is, if the stone backs up, because I haven't figured out a way to use it yet, then the whole system breaks. That's not good. The first spaghetti for the longest time is not going to really use any stone, so I need to assume that we need it to run with no stone. Although, once we get to this recipe, we're going to have to prioritize the iron here being consumed over iron from the old recipe, so that if we need the stone, the system doesn't back up on iron. But yeah, we're going to build this one. Future streams, we may build this one. We've locked 2 different methods of making iron. We've mostly been using the first one. We're going to keep using the first one for a little bit. Okay, so back to base. And based off the math there, I need like 30 miners. I need a patch that can use 30 miners. I need 75 foundries to make a half a belt of iron, which is where we're going to start. It's not as much as I'd like. I'd like more. We also want to bring the steam back to base. Finish bringing the steam back to base. But I think if everything goes according to plan, or even vaguely near plan, that is what we're going to work on. Finish up the stream on that. Okay, get the steam back to base. Obviously I need more founders, I need more miners. Probably uncomfortably close to the water line there, but it'll be fine. In fact, that's the steam line I want to connect to. Of course, that's where the pump line goes up. Okay. Pump. That direction. Interesting. Let me disconnect this bit. That didn't work. Why is that not working? So that's part of the problem. Okay. And so that means that needs to be where the pump is. Although it seems weird for the pump to be that close to the system and be the solution. Okay, that works. I guess we're just exceeding the size of that system, so yeah. This is why you don't always necessarily make fluids the entire amount under the current version of fluids. Anyway, that provides us with more steam. That's what I need you to be having fuel. More fuel than you. Because I'll almost certainly want more. So, more belt. My inventory's full. Let's go put the moss down. That'll save me some inventory space that I need for building mines. And we need some circuit boards. So that's 5. Worked out that I need 30. Which will be another 75 circuit boards. So I need the circuit boards running enough that I can make 75 of them. Go out. You need more of that input. Where was the other place I needed? Moss. You'll need it soon. You don't need it now, but you'll need it soon. I need to get rid of my petri dishes at some point. This is the petri dish location. There we go. I don't need that sap, so I can shove the sap in the sap source, or sap receptacle. There we go. Saves us some more space. We got 33 here, which is a start. I'm getting the miners done. And we're out of you, which is you, which is saline water, which is gravel, which is rock, because I am out of rock. All the things to be out of. I don't have enough rock to rock and roll. And of course, that's the thing I need for the foundries. I'm gonna have to fix what's wrong with the rock, with the stone mine better. So I did fix it. I'm actually surprised... Well, it may have unfixed itself, is what might have happened. As we're coming down right on the belt, I'm seeing a very tiny trickle of stone. I think it unfixed itself. Let me go give it a better fix. Because right now our stone mine is generating 50-50 stone and kerogen, which isn't a problem when the kerogen isn't a problem. Okay, that's temporarily fixed the problem. Yep, that's more temporarily fixed the problem. Again, the long-term solution involves finding something to actually do with the Kerrigan. And there's things we can do with the Kerrigan that I haven't implemented. Because we researched it. I can find it in the tech tree and show you. It's the shale oil stuff. Here we go. So Kerrigan processing. So Kerrigan plus steam equals shale oil in the retorter. We then push that through the shale oil development, which then gets turned into heavy oil. And we do have, or we can turn heavy oil into kerosene. We can also turn you into condensates, light oil, and heavy oil. And we do arguably need more light oil and more heavy oil. I'm not sure what we need condensates for, but we need some of that. So that's not too much of a problem. Just we need to do it at some point. And some of those machineries aren't necessarily the cheapest machineries in the world to build. Yeah, so that's going to temporarily solve, well, get some more stone flowing. How long that solution is going to work for is a different problem. Oh, can't insert because moss full. I think if I get rid of all the Kerrigan, I don't want to fix that. Get back to base is probably the solution. Not matter. That probably wasn't the best solution method to it, but just needed to get the concrete out of the inventory. Because it gives me an inventory slot, so I mine you. It gives me the moss, that's not a problem. Because again, we're looking at needing 75 of these. So we need lots of stone. As we'll mine some of the stone. The big rocks. Because the rocks mine relatively quickly and provide large chunks of stone. This helps work through the contents of my inventory a little bit. Clear all the rocks out of that area. So at least in the future I won't crash into them with my car. Yeah, concrete is much faster. There's maybe an argument that if I can get the industry supporting it up and going. Oh. Fiery Boy 69 saying good morning in Twitch chat. Good morning to you. I suppose it's technically morning here. I haven't gone to sleep, so I'd consider it nighttime, but 1:40 a.m. in the morning is technically, I suppose, morning. Technically. Which, technically true is often the best type of true, so... And we're still waiting on the rocks to get here. I have some rocks. Let's get you going a little bit. Throwing some rocks in you. Check and see where the problem is over here. Might not actually be a problem. So you're actively running. Yeah, we're just waiting on the barracks to grow, and they take their sweet time, but they are growing. Oh, another 24. So that's enough to get Crusher done. Crusher 2 done. We haven't technically implemented a lot of Crusher 1 yet, so... maybe not going to jump straight on Crusher 2 either. Okay, the Iron Mine I'm going to develop is that one next. I'm not in a particular rush to get there to development, so I'm just sort of deciding, you know, I'm gonna make this road go in a straight line. I just go out and around the forest. The tree forest is coming down. It's in my way. Pressure technology 2 done. I suppose I want to be reminded to put that on the bus. Oh, and finally remembering, we've researched electric mines. Check that off as done. And we've started up Fly Pack 1. Remove some things from the checklist that are in fact done. Soil extractors. Don't have miners on here. Apparently don't have miners on here, but yeah. And let's say bus miners. We'll leave it at the top. We'll move it around a little bit. And then bus secondary brush. That obviously goes near the bottom. The miners should be fairly close to the top, but they get below the belt inserters. Okay, so this is the hypothetical mine. From a mining perspective, we want to do like, it's relatively small, right? So to get the full output, I want 30 miners divided across 4 belts. 30 miners across 4 belts. Okay, so that's more miners than in theory we need. I have to do a little bit of hijinks to get them to be properly divided across 4 belts. But yeah, looks like I'm going to do something like a 6-4 splitter. Yeah, be like a 6-4 splitter. Or I can just do a 6-6, and then... Yeah, I'm just going to do a 6-6, and then sort of only use 4 of the 6 outputs. And then off of that, I then have to divide that amongst 75. So 16 would be 64. 18. So 20 would be 80. 19 would be 76. The electric ones are not super... Well, the stone ones aren't super efficient. The electric ones are just also very big. Is the concern I'm going to run into there. And then that's only going to make a half a belt. Would like more than that, but I think a half a belt is what we're going to start with. You're being held up by that, which is the saline solution, which is the stones. Okay. Do we have a... Yeah, we've got a stone deposit over there. I'll go mine the stones directly then. Try to get that jump started. Okay, we'll shove that in the crusher. Get some more circuit boards going. And go mine a little bit more of these surface rocks. I need both more furnaces and more mines. I'm going to work on trying to get the mines first. Because worst case scenario, I can always fall back on trying to belt over coal and using the stone furnaces, which are a little bit cheaper. Inventory's apparently full. Trying to use the amount of raw coal in the inventory because I don't need it as is right now. Hopefully should be seeing some stone coming around, but should be seeing some and seeing enough to make a big difference. It's a slightly different problem. This sorting position is not working as well as I'd hoped. Because it's got jammed again. Okay, I got a way around fixing it. Work in a slightly different way, which is I want to get around to these furnaces so it can get smelted. So either the stone setup broke itself again, or we've not been playing long enough for the stone to even get to the base. One of the two has happened. Oh, there's not enough to get through the concrete setup. Okay, so it's not jammed, it's just not been using it all in concrete, which is probably not the best use of it at the moment, but it's got a nice fast roadway at this point. That'll help with moving around a little bit better. In the short term, we'll go ahead and hand assemble a jaw crusher. And I'll actually start crushing some of the stone brick back into stone. Just to sort of force this system to move a little bit faster. I also put a cap on the concrete going forward, so we won't have tens of thousands of concrete sitting around, as much as that would be nice for building a bunch of road. Sure, I think we arguably already have better concrete. Yeah, 250% is concrete. I'm probably better off doing refined for roading. I really want speed. And that's even from the concrete standpoint, that's 5 concrete becomes 10 refined concrete, so the concrete goes twice as far. Just requires some iron and steel. Yeah, not getting past the concrete maker while the concrete maker is trying to make concrete is what's going on there. So the short-term workaround is sort of be a little bit inefficient and taking advantage of the fact that I can crush. So right now we're baking stone into brick, 8 to 4. Or no, 4 to 8 is the crush recipe, so I'll get 8 stone back out of crushing it. Baking it, find bake recipe on here somewhere. It's 2 to 1. So it's one to. Okay, so while it's a little bit wasteful from a power perspective to cook it and then crush it, we're not losing anything doing that. So I should be fine to do that to fix the problem. Temporarily fix the problem. Hopefully nothing's more permanent than, or hopefully this permanent. Hopefully this temporary solution stays a temporary solution. No, actually, that won't be too bad for 4 to 4. I happen to know the 4 to 4 one by oh, look, 5 to 4? 5 to 4. 4 to 4, I know. 5 to 4, I don't. Okay, so that's in theory the 5 to 4 lane balancer, belt balancer. Oops, I built the top too close. Okay, let's let it go so it's easy to fix. So I delete a bit that I'm not supposed to. Okay. So, with that balancer in, just drag power over and we can start getting ore going and even getting some metal going. $15, and then we're out of... About to be out of coal. Down to 5. We're not out of it yet. I'll take the run to get the coal. Didn't quite correctly balance that. I'm putting 6 in one and 4 in another. Be fine. After running around in the concrete, the stone brick feels just slow. Only 50% faster is 50% faster is a nice speed buff when you're comparison to not being on it, but in comparison to being 250%, it's slow in comparison. I am at immediate risk of overflowing anthracene oil. Well. There's a solution to that. The solution to that might be a little wasteful, but that pipe's now got anthracene in it, and we're going to use it to run the glass furnaces. They're complaining about not having enough fuel, so we'll fix that. coal is what I'm doing, yes. Just in time, because I just started eating it. Yeah, at some point we need to have to source more stone for the furnaces. If I'm going to use the fancy advanced foundries, I'm going to have to source more stone. The fact that this doesn't have power is implying that I missed power pole somewhere. Where is the missing power? Because this certain cycle has no power. Segment has no power. Cable. Right at the beginning. It's the first one. Okay, this is going to be a fairly large facility. And to be fair, the copper one is not going to be particularly small either, to meet the same requirements. So, in fact, I suppose the copper one would be the same size, grand scheme of things. I probably only need one inserter per. It's less than 1 a second. So yeah, probably need less. Probably need 1 insert per. No, this isn't big enough, but this is a start. Okay. This will be the product line, which we've already kind of worked out, only produces, it's going to be a few steps for this to do. It's going to produce like half a belt, so it's not particularly fast. Okay. So, worked out that I technically need to go 19 rows out. At that point, it almost seems weird not to go 20. Or, wait, let's recheck the map. So this is 8, 10 rows. 10 rows of this. Or, no. 8 plus 8, 16. 16 times 2 is 32. 32 times 2 is 16, 32, 64. Plus another 16, so it's 5. 5 pairs of this. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's the mess I'm trying to make. Pop that in the carrier because I need it later. In fact, I probably will need it later because to get rid of all the trees here without pots is going to be a little bit of a fiddle. Honestly, I was worried that this was going to be much bigger than this is. This isn't too bad. Okay, belts are in. I am recognizing that I don't quite have the power poles at the right pacing. Make sure the whole thing's powered. Just don't quite have the reach to work the way I placed them. Didn't quite do the power poles right for a tessellating power design. Gonna have to go grab more inserters. Getting pretty close to having enough, but might have enough. I'm pretty too short. Move the problem somewhere else. It's on you, which is glass. Okay. Here's your glass chest. I don't have much glass on me, but good to hear that that is the problem. It's actually somewhat easy to fix. the stone is coming through. It's a good start. I think it's only just started to arrive. Let me go get the glass and sort out the circuit board production that way. I suppose I technically need the miners before I need the foundries, after all. Thousand glass. The glass, I'm gonna come back to mine the stone over here. Desperate for stone. Turn it into advanced foundries. 50 each. Nope, now it's a different thing that's having problems. It's nickel. Okay. Okay. No, not nickel. It's tin? Tin I was short on? I'll throw a bunch of tin in either way. I'm gonna come back and clean up the two metal furnace stacks over here. At this point, I think we're just gonna accept that this is the steel supply. It's not making iron anymore, realistically. Much like the copper deposit is also about to run out. Okay. Should get this slight recruit completed. Run that. Down to 1. Gonna just reduce the number of furnaces and group some of the otherwise unused inserters here. And we won't clean that one up quite right away, because I suppose we've got the steel backed up. No, the steel's broken because the coke's broken. Coke's broken because we're not using the coal gas, because I swapped over to anthracene to keep the anthracene from overflowing. Fun times. Let's go mine that stone over there, turn it into foundries. Stone inventory's full. That should fix it, because that takes 5 inventory spaces worth of stone. 5 there. And I suppose recycling the furnaces, all the stone in here is actually 10 stone furnaces, so if I'm covering other stone furnaces, that saves me both construction time and stone. Okay, removing car hazards, getting stone for my foundries. All at the same time. Okay, out of moss, need to get more moss. Oh, that wasn't what I was holding up. You're being held up by that, it's being held up by that, which is held up by that, which is held up by that, held up by that, which is held up by you, which is held up by the moss. Oh, so it was the moss, just the wrong receptacle for the moss. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 7 in the queue. A few more. Oh, I need more power cables. Muted the mic there to sip tea while walking. Six. That's actually enough. The electric mic. Those are like another like dozen or so for the beginning of the bus. Well, that's maybe getting a little ahead of where I am at the moment. Okay. coal, because I've got a bunch of coal in the inventory from disassembling the iron ore. Just get it out of the inventory and get it doing something useful. And yeah, at that point it's just become a locked in on steel. You out of ore? You are out of. The one up and do a pipe to ground to close the gap. Yeah, you can see the coal holds out pretty well, but the starting iron and copper less so. Making a bunch of power poles, so we can finish powering up the new setup. Waiting on you, which is waiting on you, which is waiting on you, which is waiting on you. Just all the way back here, which you were waiting on these, which we solved, but you haven't caught back up yet. Okay. And over here. That's probably enough. If having a foundries, it's enough. Yeah, we can see that as we set new stuff up, we go through a lot more power. but we prepared for it, so the power grid I don't think has been browning out. I didn't quite have all the inserters. I'm missing Straw, for example. Hopefully that's all the ones I haven't installed yet. Oh, there's a couple power poles missing there. There we go. Got 5 more coming in from the current queue. Over there's 32 left to go, so we need another 27 advanced foundries. Just that system being slow, which is, to be fair, true, very true. Three more science to go research. And then we'll be running around mostly trying to gather the stone, I think. I think the stone is the bottleneck here on getting the advanced foundry set up to finish the construction. Finish the build for tonight. Oh, I actually ran out of brick. It's 25. In the queue. And 30. Plus what I already got should be enough to finish up the build. Is it back to... Or is it just that we're running slow because of... Yeah, we're just running slow because of the saline earlier. Okay. Check out the power grid and how the power grid's handling. We're burning about 50 megawatts of power. Granted, this thing is not really running yet. Partially because I don't have any load on the iron it's making. When this is assembled, well, I suppose when this is assembled, we're actually going to put the part break and bring the stream to a close. But when this is assembled, the next thing to do is do basically the same for copper, and then we'll build the bus. The beginning of the bus, which will basically replace the spaghetti, the old spaghetti in the base, in the early phases, right? We're going to do start the bus, into belts, into inserters, into assemblers, into miners. And that's kind of basically what we got down here, although we'll try to initially start it up with, well, we'll have the burner miners in there. We'll still be probably hand assembling the electric ones. But one of the good ones will be we'll start doing fluid ones in there as well. Soil extractor, wood processor, and just sort of add more and more and more and more to the bus. So then when I want to go do something, I can go like, oh, I need X. Let me go grab it from the bus, grab it from the bus, grab it from the bus. So we're not sitting like we are right now with a giant queue waiting for things to happen. I spend time traveling and assembling instead. I guess because I have a council that it didn't cancel the stuff for what I was thinking about, so. Wondering if I confused it or something. I suppose that could all be going into the splitter. Oh yeah, I suppose that is going in the splitter, okay. The 20 splitters, which is maybe a little bit more than I need, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the beginning of the bus here, because I think that's the plan, is we're going to run the bus east and maybe ignore the oil sand, or turn, do the cursed turn to go around something. Not so sure. Yeah, we're probably going to tap into one of those coppers and bring it down to do the copper portion of the bus. Probably actually go for the bigger one. The smaller one... well, we might do the smaller one when we go to the next phase. In the tech tree coming up, have copper sorting? I might actually have copper sorting already. which is the next tier of copper. That'll be more space efficient, much like the next tier of stone or of iron is sort of more ore efficient, not necessarily more space efficient. Is it in here? Here's copper processing, so that's what I'm talking about. Where we're taking copper ore and we make copper grade 1, copper grade 2. You do stuff with copper grade 2, which makes stone, and then presumably there's a way to do something with copper grade 1. So 2 is the... Oh no, you can turn 1 into the 2. Okay, so you get some grade 1, you get some grade 2, you do stuff with the grade 1 to make your grade 2, and you smelt the grade 2, and overall this is more ore efficient. Right, so if we got a small patch, we can still get a decent amount out of it if we're just using that method. I'm doing that wrong. Quickly double check if I'm doing my 4-to-4 balancer right. It's been a while since I've double checked. Oh, no, I was partially right. Okay. Hold up. Fixing it's just gonna be easier than some of the whole thing. There we go. Now, technically, this is a 4-belt balancer to basically make a 4-belt bus. But I'm only feeding it half a belt, so this is overkill. The bus is going to be overkill. All I'm going to say. The bus for the moment is going to be overkill because I don't have the capacity to feed it. And I kind of want to build the bus before we have the capacity to feed it, because I need the bus to build the capacity to feed it. And then this will be the copper, although obviously I don't have any copper that I'm going to bring over here right now. Because I follow the rules of build the new thing before disassembling the old thing. So copper isn't going to come over here from the old base until we've practically disassembled the old base, which is going to take a while. I missed. No, I didn't miscount because that's another 10. Or I have miscount. I'm too short. Go get the 100 stone. I need to not be too short. And I guess the next thing we're going to be working on, not during this stream, but during next stream, is going to be that copper mine, so I should sort out more circuit boards. We're waiting for our last 12 foundries here to build. And then you're being held up by you, which is being held up by you, which is being held up by the crushing of rocks. Okay. It's an acceptable place for things to be. Held up by that one, which is held up by that one, which is there, 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 there. Which means we're waiting on you. I should get more moss. Off with the science, then we can go finish up our build and do the build review and the end of the stream. Okay, back at the base. This is only supposed to be a half belt. I'm doing a both sides because when I get it on the bus, I'm going to want it to be balanced between the two sides. Not because it actually makes sense to put it on both sides. And it's done. Okay, and if Editor Me in the future does a good job, this will be the beginning of the end of the highlights. So if you're watching this on YouTube, this build is effectively sort of second generation mining. It's first generation with electric stuff. So this is the electric drills mining iron ore. And this is the good old advanced foundries, which are basically the same as stone furnaces in speed, but they use electricity, so I do not need to drag coal out here. It's a little bit more comfortable to do a half a belt of iron. You don't have to drag coal out to it. So this is effectively the beginning of the metal feed for our initial bus. This makes about a half a belt of iron using not but electrical power. It's not really drawing full power right now, although it is the most power-consuming thing on the grid, even in its half-off state because it's not actively running. You can see the very beginnings of the bus, a very ambitious bus. We're feeding half a belt into what is going to be 4 belts, so not very effective at the moment. But We're going to build the bus coming out the east side here. Either I'm going to ignore the oil sands or I'll go around it or something. The beginning next part, I think, or beginning next stream, we're probably going to be doing the copper ore mining. Thinking probably that one. It'll be about the same as this. It may literally be exactly the same as this, just flip the other way around and doing copper instead of iron. To give me the sort of preloading of copper on the bus. So we can start working down the list of things. I've got a list of things to put on the bus. We're going to work through that list of things. One at a time. Yeah, I hope you have been enjoying this. We're going to bring the highlights to a close. And if you're watching on Twitch, this is a good last opportunity to leave comments. I'm going to go over the schedule for the next couple days as well. If you're watching this on YouTube, this is going to get uploaded and released as soon as it is ready, although if you're tuning in from Reddit, I think I will probably post it to Reddit the day we go to stream Factorio again. Currently, the plan is today was Factorio, obviously, streaming Factorio. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Songs of Six, so that's Saturday the 20th. Sunday the 21st we're going to do Stellaris, and on Monday we're going to do Shadow Empire, for the 22nd. The 23rd is likely not going to be a stream. It is effectively the eve of me traveling. So if it is a stream, it'll be a very short stream. And if it is a stream, I'm not sure what it'll be. It'll be a very short stream if we do a stream on Tuesday. I'm going to be flying from the 23rd to the 29th. So we may have a stream on the 29th. If we follow the schedule, the stream on the 29th should actually probably be Factorio. Think I have enough recordings for something that it actually ends on the 30th. So in theory, that probably should actually trump, because Factorio is coming out when it's recorded and uploaded and whatever, and not being scheduled, whereas everything else I'm trying to maintain sort of a 3-game schedule, one part coming out a day. So the day I get back may be that game, or that might be the day after. It depends on how I'm feeling after flying across the United States. I'm going to be basically out for a week for a wedding. So that's the upcoming schedule. So if you're interested in watching Factorio, if you're watching this on Twitch or watching this on YouTube, I recommend, well, if you're watching on YouTube, I recommend subscribing. If you're on Twitch, I recommend following so that you get notified when the next parts come out. It won't be quite as soon as it was from the previous day, which day 3 to 4 we were only 4 days apart, because we're going to be out for a week. It's going to be over a week basically. The run otherwise I think is going well. We've basically got full electric iron, full electric coal. The next stream will be getting full electric copper and beginning to replace the old spaghetti bus, sort of reducing our reliance on coal-fed generation of metal. And if we get low enough, I'll probably start feeding the coal-fed stuff into the bus as well to keep the bus operational as we build more and more capacity out. And probably one of the things we'll be wanting the bus to do is actually truly get these fluid mining drill assemblies built. Debating whether or not... Well, the old ones will probably continue to keep coal-fed. I might swap their furnaces over to electric, just so that I can keep the coal requirements down enough that I can run the full fluid mining drills. And yeah, as we get the bus big enough, that will also provide us the ability to sort of expand the petrol refining, the coal refining, and the maybe even start at the carbon refining, which should allow us to do a little bit more with the fluid mining drills, and maybe get some of the spaghetti done. And I think as Umbrella brings, well, I might literally ramble on here a little bit so that we can get rock coal done. Because it looks like in theory we're just about to end rock coal. 24 seconds or so. But yeah, as far as Fi is concerned, we're 31.5 hours into the run. See, it's coming up at 3 a.m. in the morning, so it's time for me to bring today to a close, because it's tomorrow already. We've slaughtered 83 Varroks, and we just got raw coal researched. I don't think particularly early, because it's 31.5 hours into the run. But on the other hand, that's a SciPack. I think that's our third SciPack 1 science completed. And we're probably going to work up. That didn't add a new building, but work up to potentially using that in the future. That's not the one we were looking at. SciPack 1 into crushers. So, if we get secondary crushers, using the crushers to get raw coal and convert it into crushed coal, and coal dust. I believe that's fuel value increasing. Because raw coal is 3 megajoules, coal is 4, crushed coal is 6. So that's net fuel producing. We've got recipes that need coal. Specifically, the SciPack 1 requires, one of the steps requires coal specifically. So crushing the coal, diverting the crushed coal to produce power, and taking the coal out to do research is not a terrible plan. That wouldn't be too hard to sort of retrofit into the existing coal burning situation. So we may end up doing that once we get the bus far enough along to build secondary crushers. But yeah, before I rumble on too much, reminder, if you're watching on Twitch, this is your last opportunity to leave comments while the stream is live. With that, I'm going to do the outro. So if you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to wish you all, well, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, I'm going to wish you all the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and/or stream, and bye for now.